All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to night 2 of WrestleMania. Thank you guys for joining me. I am Sam, aka Hype the Commentator. What an incredible night we saw of night 1 of WrestleMania. New champions. We've got new World Tag Team Champions as the New Day defeated the War Raiders. Jacob Fatu defeated L.A. Knight. We also saw things get a bit personal. And I'm talking about Jade Cargill finally getting her revenge on Naomi and getting the victory. We also saw the personal feud between Tiffany Stratton and Charlotte Flair come a close, as Tiffany Stratton defeated Charlotte Flair last night. There's all kinds of chaos that happened last night, including the huge triple threat main event between CM Punk, Roman Reigns, and Seth Rollins, which Seth Rollins would win as Paul Heyman would do a double crossing both first CM Punk and then his tribal chief Roman Reigns, and Seth freaking Rollins is now officially a Paul Heyman guy. But that was last night. That was all last night. It's a new night. There's new opportunities. There's all kinds of different chaos that's going to occur here at the sold-out Allegiant Stadium. First things first, Randy Orton will have a match at WrestleMania, but against who? Who will Randy Orton be who will step up to the plate and take on the Apex Predator, the once upon a time legend killer, the Viper, the former 14-time world champion, Randy Orton? Who will step up to the plate? We will find that out tonight. Also, we have an absolute heater coming up for you. AJ Styles, the phenomenal one. A man who's traveled all over the world, won 50 championships worldwide. He takes on the social media megastar, the Maverick, Logan Paul. And if there's one thing we know about Las Vegas, things can get pretty hectic in the city at night. And it's very fitting that we have a Sin City street fight to settle the differences between Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre, who have been getting their hands on each other at any chance they absolutely have. Behind the scenes, backstage, behind the scenes, wherever it may be. And then for the WWE Women's Tag Team titles, Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez defend against Lyra Valkyria and whoever Lyra Valkyria can find to replace Bayley, who was originally supposed to team with Lyra but was attacked backstage yesterday. Bayley not medically cleared to compete tonight, so Lyra Valkyria will have to find somebody to replace Bayley. Lyra Valkyria and Bayley had won a gauntlet match to earn this opportunity, so it is very heartbreaking that at the last moment, just 24 hours before the big match, that Bayley is being taken out of the tag match due to injury. You fight you work hard all year long to compete on the grandest stage of them all. And for that to be taken away from Bayley someone who has fought for this company day in and day out for over a decade. It's truly heartbreaking for her. And then we get to the Intercontinental Championship Fatal 4-Way match. Braun Breaker, the reigning and defending Intercontinental Champion, has his hands full against Finn Balor. Finn Balor, a former Intercontinental Champion, former United States Champion, former NXT Champion, the inaugural Universal Champion. Finn Balor is looking for that, as the kids say, lick back to get back to the top, to finally get some gold. It's been quite a few years since Finn Balor has found himself with singles gold. And Penta, who made his debut with the WWE back in January on the second episode of Monday Night Raw of the Netflix era. Penta looking to win his first championship in the WWE. And Dominic Mysterio, also involved in this match, would love to win his first singles title on the main roster. Dominic Mysterio, former tag team champion, who won it with his father. Dominic Mysterio, also a former NXT North American champion as well. But now Dominic Mysterio looking to make his way up the ranks and win a singles title on the main roster. The Intercontinental Championship, regarded as the workhorse championship that has been held by some of the all-time greats. The likes of Rowdy Roddy Piper, Bret the Hitman Hart, Mr. Perfect, Razor Ramon, Pat Patterson, Triple H, Shawn Michaels. And there are so many. The list goes on of all the superstars that have held the Intercontinental Championship, including Dominic Mysterio's own father, Rey Mysterio, has held the Intercontinental Championship quite a few times. And it'll be interesting to see who walks away with the victory. But this could be the show stealer. The triple threat for the Women's World Championship. Io Sky, the champion, defending against Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. It seems like Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley have overlooked Io Sky. Rhea Ripley gave Io Sky the opportunity to challenge for the Women's World Championship after involuntarily screwing her out of the Women's Elimination Chamber match, interrupting her qualifying match against Liv Morgan, where Ripley would strike Morgan, which would give Morgan the victory over Io Sky via disqualification, and giving Io Sky that match, the Raw after Elimination Chamber. It'd be Io Sky who pulled the unthinkable. Io Sky defeating Rhea Ripley just a month ahead of WrestleMania. And Bianca Belair, who won the Women's Elimination Chamber, she didn't know who she was going to compete against until that moment. And Io Sky is a very formidable challenger inside the squared circle. Incredible inside the squared circle. A genius of the sky. Io Sky's not someone to undermine, not somebody to overlook, but she has truly been overlooked. And Rhea Ripley, who felt her claim to this title match was her. She felt it was hers, even though she chose to give up her spot, but did not like the fact that she didn't win. The outcome for her was rough, and she couldn't accept it, that WrestleMania was going to roll on without her, and pushed her way into this match because there is some real tension between Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. And the focus has been those two focused on each other. Meanwhile, Io Sky has been trying to remind them, hey, I'm here. I'm the one that's holding this women's world championship. Don't overlook me. And if there's anything I've ever learned about this industry, never overlook anybody. You always need to be on your A game. Always need to be at your best. Especially at the showcase of Immortals. There's a reason Io Sky won the championship. So neither of these other two women in Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley can afford to overlook somebody like Io Sky. And then it comes all down to this. For the undisputed WWE Championship, it's for all the marbles. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, defends against the 16-time world champion, John Cena, who looks to break the record of the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, looking for 17 world championships. John Cena, a man who lived by hustle, loyalty, and respect. A man who lived by never give up. A man who always wrestled with pride and faith. Somebody who did it with honor. There is no more honor for John Cena after choosing to side with The Rock back at Elimination Chamber and would low blow Cody Rhodes, hurting the family jewels of the American Nightmare, and would leave Cody Rhodes battered with the help of The Rock and Travis Scott back at the Elimination Chamber. And words have been exchanged since. It's gotten extremely heated between Cody Rhodes versus John Cena. To John Cena, it's all business. It's about taking the world title, about taking the WWE Championship and leaving. John Cena's just going to screw the entire industry and leave with the WWE Championship. John Cena calling himself the last real champion. And John Cena sold out. John Cena couldn't win the Royal Rumble, so he went on to win the Elimination Chamber. John Cena, who would win the Elimination Chamber, but that was with a little bit of help from Seth Rollins, who has his own issues with CM Punk. And as we saw last night, Rollins, now a Paul Heyman guy. So with that, John Cena has The Rock on his side, has Travis Scott on his side. And Cody Rhodes says he's got a receipt with Travis Scott's name on it after Travis Scott bloodying up the eardrum, busting the eardrum and the eye of Cody Rhodes back at the Elimination Chamber. John Cena has felt disrespected and betrayed by the WWE Universe. All this pent up and bottled up anger and frustration and hurt and struggle from all the different things that the WWE Universe have said about him. He had enough. And it all came to a perfect point where John Cena was like, okay, here's the opportunity. I'm going to take it. But it's ironic. If you look at 13 years ago, John Cena was in the same situation as Cody Rhodes when John Cena had his issues with The Rock, the once in a lifetime back at WrestleMania 28. The Rock sold out to Hollywood. The Rock has been sold out to Hollywood. John Cena representing the WWE and what it meant to be a WWE superstar. John Cena, who represented the WWE with pride, would even do it the following year when he would beat The Rock for the WWE Championship after falling short to The Rock the previous year. There is so much rich, intertwined history in getting to this point of this undisputed WWE Championship match between Cody Rhodes and John Cena. And for that, there's all kinds of things that could happen in this situation. Whichever way it goes, the future of the WWE depends on it. The future depends on Cody Rhodes retaining this championship. This is John Cena's last year in the WWE. So if he wins this title, there's a very high possibility Cena will leave the WWE with the championship and leave us without a championship. But an incredible showdown, to say the least. And how could I forget? We have a new World Heavyweight Champion, main event Jey Uso, dethroning the Ring General Gunther to become the new World Heavyweight Champion, as well as El Grande Americano defeating Rey Fenix. So with a lot of uncertainty, everybody's got a stake. Everybody's got a claim to their right to win their respective matches at WrestleMania. We're going to find out as we get to it who's going to want it more. Who has that extra little bit? Who wants to survive to make it to that next level? Penta's never competed on a grand stage like this before. So for Penta, this is the biggest stage that he's ever competed on. After only being in the WWE for 3 months, he's challenging for the Intercontinental Championship. Big opportunity for Penta. Big opportunity for Balor to get back on top. Dominic Mysterio, big opportunity to win his first singles championship. And Braun Breaker, looking to keep his championship reign alive. It's as simple as that. But it's not going to be easy. Braun Breaker, being a badass that he is, saying he's got 120-something% chance of winning. You take the 25% chance he has of winning, and because he's a badass, add Finn Balor's 50% chance, plus another whatever percent chance. A lot of Steiner math involved in the situation. Randy Orton will challenge a mystery opponent that is coming up tonight. We are just 9 minutes away. The Showcase of Immortals, WrestleMania. All right. There's going to be all kinds of chaos tonight. And let's take a few minute break rather. And I will be back to do a final rundown before we get started. All right, everybody. We are back for one final run through before we head to WrestleMania. We've got a few minutes to go. AJ Styles and Logan Paul. Two incredible athletes. AJ Styles, the veteran of the match, with 25 years of experience. AJ Styles has traveled the world over 52 championships. Over 50 championships AJ Styles has won worldwide. And now Logan Paul, a former United States champion, challenges AJ Styles. It is sure going to be a match you won't want to miss. And it couldn't be WrestleMania without things getting a little ugly, especially in the Sin City, because we've got a Sin City street fight. And that's the only way that this issue between Damian Priest and Drew McIntyre can be resolved. After all the backstage fighting around the arena, all of it, it's all going to come down to a Sin City street fight. And after Lyra Valkyria and Bayley won a gauntlet match on SmackDown, they earned the right to challenge for the WWE Women's Tag Team titles. But yesterday, earlier in the day, Bayley was attacked backstage and is not medically cleared to compete to challenge Liv and Raquel. Therefore, Lyra Valkyria was given 24 hours to find a new opponent, new tag team partner to challenge Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez for the WWE Women's Tag Team titles. And then we've got Braun Breaker, Finn Balor, Penta, and Dominic Mysterio for the Intercontinental Championship. The stakes are high. We've got beautiful job by Ava Max. All right. What a great start to WrestleMania. For the second straight night, WWE sells out the Allegiant Stadium and takes over the Las Vegas Strip. With over 60,000 fans expected once again for another sellout night here at Allegiant Stadium. WrestleMania sponsored by Wingstop. Get wings delivered to your door. Cody Rhodes arriving earlier today. Finn Balor and Rey Mysterio. Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio will be a part of the Intercontinental title Fatal 4-Way alongside this man, Penta. Penta, who's taken the WWE by storm since debuting back in January. And the unpredictable badass. The dogs are out. The dogs are barking. The Intercontinental Champion, Braun Breaker, defends his title. And Randy Orton celebrates his 20th year at WrestleMania. His 20th WrestleMania. Who will Randy Orton face tonight? And you are looking live at the sold out Allegiant Stadium. We are jam-packed to the gills. In just a matter of moments, we will get this thing kicked off. We're going to get things kicked off with the Women's World Championship triple threat match between Rhea Ripley, Io Sky, and Bianca Belair. Io Sky wants to prove that she is not somebody to be overlooked. She's not somebody to be doubted. And Bianca, who's main evented WrestleMania before, she knows what it's like. She knows what it's like to be at the top, and she wants to win the Women's World Championship. And thank you to Stephanie McMahon getting us off, started off on the right way. What a way to kick off. I am Sam, aka Hype the Commentator, and it is a pleasure to be here back again. What an absolute night it was last night for night one of WrestleMania. But it is time to shift gears, get refocused, re-energized. But I got re-energized, and we are ready to go for night two of the showcase of Immortals. And we get in the women's world, and we're getting the women's world championship to start this night off right. Io Sky, who's never won a match at WrestleMania, would love to do so tonight in the process of retaining the women's world championship after feeling overlooked by Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair. But in terms of her record in triple threat matches, she is 3-0. This is her third career WrestleMania match. Perhaps third time is the charm to finally get a victory at WrestleMania. So the thing is, for Io Sky, there's no advantage for her in terms of the extra things you'd get from a regular one-on-one match. That being, there are countouts, there are disqualifications where the champion would retain the championship. But Io Sky doesn't have that. However, Io Sky has a few triple threat matches in which she's already won. So Io Sky, I guess you could say, she's not just a genius of the sky, but she's a genius of triple threat matches. And Io Sky feels like this is a new version of her. She's been feeling like she's been reborn. This is a new opportunity for her to be back on top. But for her to feel disrespected has been absolutely frustrating for her, as Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley have been so focused on each other, and Rhea Ripley wasn't even in the match the whole time. Rhea Ripley chose to give Io Sky the opportunity to challenge her for the Women's World Championship, the Raw After Elimination Chamber. This match presented to you by Minute Maid. Io Sky soaking in the moment. Well, the reaction says it all about how the WWE Universe has felt about this new attitude change of Bianca Belair. And Belair has arrived in style. And for Bianca, that was her stepdaughter she just got to hug. Bianca Belair, an incredible record at the Show of Shows, with a 4-1 record, also having main evented a WrestleMania before. Bianca Belair knows what it's like to compete at the highest caliber there is when it comes to the Showcase of Immortals. So to open up the Showcase of Immortals, to open up WrestleMania, it's a different vibe. You have a little bit more pressure for Bianca Belair, for Io Sky, and then when Rhea Ripley comes out, there is a different vibe to opening the show because you really set the pace for the show. There's also a little bit of that. Not only is it the tension between the three superstars, but there's that extra tension to give the fans a fight, to give them a true fight, and really show true willpower. But that's what it's all about when it comes to immortalizing yourself. And there are a lot of roses on Bianca Belair. And there's the juice box. Minute Maid, bring the juice. Minute Maid mascot bringing all the juice. They're all juiced up. And it's Bianca Belair who now gives a look around. The decibel level is absolutely insane, reaching a max of 110 as of right now. This ovation for the Eradicator is absolute insanity. They love their mommy. WrestleMania means a lot to Rhea Ripley. Rhea Ripley has had her ups, has had her downs, has made transformations throughout the years to reach the next level of her career. And tonight, Rhea Ripley looks to reinvent herself and find herself once again as Women's World Champion. Rhea is a former two-time Women's World Champion, former WWE Women's Champion. Rhea Ripley has done some incredible things. This is her 6th career WrestleMania. She's never lost a world title match at WrestleMania. She is 3-0. She's 2-2 in triple threat matches, so she's a 50% chance on top of that 33 and a third percent chance of winning this triple threat match to take into consideration. And Rhea Ripley leaving Australia to take a chance on becoming a WWE superstar, going to Orlando, training, doing NXT UK. Rhea Ripley now finds herself as one of, if not one of the biggest stars this industry has. And Io Sky looking to win her first match at WrestleMania. Io Sky has yet to win a match at WrestleMania. Would love to do it tonight and in the process would retain her Women's World Championship if she can do so. And the bell rings. This match is officially underway. There is a lot of bitterness between these three, but it's really mainly between Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. And look what they're doing once again. They're forgetting about the Women's World Champion, Io Sky. And Bianca. Oh, Io Sky was looking for a Hurricane Rana. Toss on to Rhea Ripley and a Hurricane Rana to Ripley. Ripley, undefeated when it comes to world title matches at WrestleMania. Would love to continue that streak. And a drop kick sends Io Sky to the outside onto the floor. And now it is Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair who can turn their attention right back to each other. Two powerhouses of the women's division. And dropping down. Belair with a standing switch. And we're seeing the power of these two being shown on display. Rhea Ripley trying to break free, and she does with a back elbow to Belair. Belair, a single leg drop kick. And it's Belair who kips up back to her feet, driving her shoulder into the midsection of Rhea Ripley. And clubbing blows to Rhea Ripley. Lands on her feet as Io Sky went to pull down Belair. Belair, so powerful, so quick. That's what makes Bianca Belair such a well-rounded competitor. Such a formidable opponent inside the squared circle. But let's not forget about the women's champion. The women's world champion, Io Sky. She is extremely talented, extremely quick. Knows how to pace herself right. When she gets up to the sky, that's when she feels at home. And a double blockbuster stacking up Ripley and Bianca Belair. And that's what I've been talking about. When it comes to Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair being so focused on each other that they forget to focus on the real task at hand, and that's the champion. You forget about who's in this match as the champion, and that's Io Sky. When you overlook Io Sky, it could be a big detriment to your strategy in this match. But there's just so much heat between Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair that they really don't care. And a moonsault from Sky takes out Ripley. And Io Sky is fired up. Pulling out all the stops at the show of shows. And the genius of the Sky doing what she does best. And that is soaring through the air like a bird, like an eagle. And a stomp right to the midsection of Ripley. Gonna go for the cover. She pulls the leg back, but not quite enough to keep Ripley down for the 3. And now it's Belair gets back involved, clotheslining Rhea Ripley outside. And Io Sky going to take advantage of Bianca Belair being too focused on Rhea Ripley and being distracted. And pushing down Io Sky. And Bianca Belair mocking and playing mind games. Beautiful snap suplex and rolls through. And to another one and rolls through. And this time, gonna march around a little bit before and let the blood rush to the head of Io Sky before she drops her down. Io Sky has been taken down by Bianca Belair. Belair looking to capitalize. Was looking for that handspring moonsault that we've seen Bianca Belair do time and time again. But it's Rhea Ripley who pulls Belair outside of the ring. Hurricane Rana gets caught. Looking to dive. Just getting launched into the barricade. Driving Io Sky into the barricade for a temporary alliance. Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair looking to put this back to a one-on-one situation. This is what these two wanted. These two wanted it to be this exact situation. But when it comes to triple threat matches, you're always going to have that third variable. And I'll always mention it because that third variable, and whoever that may be at the time, whether it's Rhea Ripley and Io Sky in the ring and Bianca Belair being that third variable, Bianca Belair and Io Sky with Rhea Ripley being the third variable. Meanwhile, Rhea Ripley just launched Io at Belair and out going for the cover on Io, but only enough for a 2. You just have those, going back to what I was saying, you have those third variables that can play a big role and extending the life of a match like this. Rhea Ripley looking for a submission. She's looking for it. And there it is. Can she force Io Sky to tap out? And Bianca, no way. And she gets it. She's got Rhea Ripley up. Was looking for the ST, but Rhea Ripley counters with an arm drag. Went for a big boot, but Bianca Belair countered. And face planting Rhea Ripley into the mat. And now all 3 women are laid out. Who is going to capitalize on the opportunity? Both of women actually face planted into the mat. All that momentum, but now it's Io Sky who's back up to her feet first. A big opportunity for the Women's World Champion to truly put herself in control and in the driver's seat. Io Sky looking to close this one out. She's looking to go over. And not just over the moonsault. Meanwhile, Rhea Ripley goes up to the top to meet Io Sky there, but it's Bianca Belair who meets Rhea Ripley. A very precarious situation, and all 3 women go down. This is a big turning point in this match. This is where one of these 3 women have the opportunity to show where their true willpower is at. How far they're willing to go. This is whoever gets up first can get the control. This match is a triple threat match for the Women's World Championship. It is Io Sky, the reigning and defending Women's World Champion, defending against these 2 women that are currently in the ring, Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley have boiled over at this point with everything they've gone through, to the point where they've overlooked Io Sky, even though Io Sky is the champion in the situation. Io Sky with a missile drop kick takes out Rhea Ripley. And a kip up to a flip up. Io Sky is fired up. But Bianca Belair just decking right through Io Sky. Launching like a torpedo. And it's Belair who heads up to the top. High risk, high reward. Bianca looking to take it all home. 450 splash. Rhea with a roundhouse kick. And Rip Tide stacks up. Oh! And a kick out. And Bianca Belair just kicked out. Rhea Ripley expressing her frustrations, thinking she had this match won, but not quite enough to keep Bianca Belair down for the 3. Let's get another look at this beautiful 450 splash by Bianca Belair, only to be turned where Rhea Ripley would take advantage and get a Riptide on Belair, but it was not enough to keep Belair down for the 3. Rhea Ripley turns her attention to Io Sky, who is absolutely laid out. Rhea Ripley calling her shot. But Io Sky counters with a DDT, spiking Ripley on her head. Oh! And Io Sky ran right into a kick and laid out. Out like a light. And being propped up by Ripley. This is not where you want to be if you're Io Sky. Rhea Ripley looking to end this once and for all. But it's a counter from Io Sky. Io Sky heading up to the top. Over the moonsault, but Rhea Ripley got the boots up. And a KOD. Bianca Belair is going to do it. But Rhea Ripley saves this match just in the nick of time. From 450s to Riptides to KODs. This match, these 3 women are pulling out all the stops. These 3 women pulling out all the stops to be at the top. But who wants it the most? Rhea Ripley just barely saving the match up as if it was on instinct, knowing her opportunity was slipping. And you heard the expression of frustration from Bianca Belair. She knew she hadn't won, but it was Rhea Ripley who would save the match just in time. Belair now standing over Rhea Ripley, disrespecting the Eradicator, yelling at her. Oh, and it's Rhea Ripley who fights back. A huge forearm from Belair. Rhea Ripley kicking back. Bianca Belair sent out to the ring apron. And a forearm sent to the top turnbuckle. What is Rhea Ripley thinking now? This deep into a match like this is when you go for big moves and they can make or break the outcome of the match for you. This is when high risk and high reward truly mean going for a high risk, high reward situation. Because it's an all or nothing. After everything your body's been through, your body can only handle so much up at the top when you get this deep into a match. Meanwhile, Io Sky. Uh-oh. Oh! And Io Sky bouncing off the post. But here's Ripley up. KO. Nope. Rhea, who landed on her feet. It's Rhea and Belair. Look at this. Looking for a Riptide counter. Oh, what a shot. With the hair, with the braid. KOD. And Belair's going to do it. Over the moonsault. Io Sky. Io Sky retains. Io Sky retains. What an incredible match we just witnessed by these 3. And an incredible victory for Io Sky after being overlooked by Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair. It was those two overlooking Io Sky, and Io Sky looking above with an over-the-moon salt that would give her the victory. I thought Io was out after she got laid out on that top on the ring post. It was the whip of the braid to Rhea Ripley. Bianca Belair connecting with a KOD to Rhea Ripley. And then an over the moonsault. And not wasting any time going for the cover. Io Sky would pick up the victory and prove you should never diminish, never look past the genius of the Sky. Io Sky is still your women's world champion. An absolute astonishing show of athleticism by these three. But on this night, it is Io Sky who proved exactly why she deserves to be the women's world champion. Exactly why she is here. And Io Sky stands tall as still the women's world heavyweight champion. And we are back. What an opening match for night 2 of WrestleMania. The celebrities are out. Flavor Flav of Public Enemy. Hands in the house. Marab, UFC's bantamweight champion. An absolute dog in the octagon. Rich the Kid rapper. He's a rapper out of Atlanta. What a WrestleMania Sunday here in Vegas. Another congratulations to Io Sky with an incredible performance. Let's not forget, immediately following WrestleMania, immediately following the main event, WrestleMania Vegas 41 post-show presented to you by Xfinity. And then tomorrow, catch the WrestleMania recap. After everything that's happened between these two, going back to the Royal Rumble, it all comes down to this between Drew McIntyre and Damian Priest in a Sin City street fight. And welcome back to Allegiant Stadium. After everything that has gone between Drew McIntyre and Damian Priest, it's only fitting that it all comes down to a Sin City street fight at the Showcase of Immortals, where it belongs. It belongs on the grand stage. Let's not forget about what happened last year at WrestleMania. Drew McIntyre, who had defeated Seth Rollins to become the new World Heavyweight Champion, would be cashed in on after only a few minutes of being World Champion by Senior Money in the Bank, Damian Priest. That's just the early parts of what led to this moment. But for the better part of 2024, Drew McIntyre spent his year hating CM Punk and dealing with CM Punk, but would fall short to CM Punk in the end. But tonight, McIntyre is looking to not fall short, but to move forward and push through Damian Priest. Last year, Drew McIntyre put on a hell of performances after redefining who he wanted to be, after recreating who he is. Drew, with his Doom gear, Doom-inspired gear, and there's maybe someone who is doomed, and that's Drew McIntyre's opponent, Damian Priest, because when you have an angry Scottish warrior, he becomes a Scottish psychopath, and that is not a man you want to deal with. When Drew McIntyre is angry, he is somebody you do not want to deal with. You do not want to be on the opposite side of the ring from. and the fire that burns. As Damian Priest makes his way to the ring. Could tell the tale of the future of Drew McIntyre following this Sin City street fight. Damian Priest walking to the ring with a purpose, with emphasis, with each step. As he and Drew McIntyre are about to go head to head in what is going to be a true Sin City street fight for the ages. It's about needing to be laser focused. Keep your eye on the goal. Keep your eye on your opponent. You cannot afford to let your emotions get the best of you in a match like this. And Damian Priest has the lead of Slayer, bringing him out, playing him out to the ring. And that's the energy that Damian Priest needs heading in to this match. Damian Priest taking his time soaking in the moment. This is a street fight. Anything goes. No disqualification. No count out. And Drew McIntyre not wasting any time going after Damian Priest. McIntyre missed with a clothesline, but Damian Priest did not miss, sending McIntyre to the outside onto the floor. And an elbow off the apron, landing onto McIntyre on the floor. What a heavy forearm. A heavy right there. McIntyre tried to get a jump start on Damian Priest, but it only worked for so little of time, as Damian Priest has taken control of this match, sending McIntyre into the barricade. McIntyre. Oh, what a suplex onto the bottom of the ramp. There is nothing to protect how that feels on the human spine. You heard the sound of flesh and bone connecting and landing on the stage, the ramp. This is Drew McIntyre's 12th WrestleMania match. Let's not forget back at WrestleMania 36, where Drew would finally achieve his destiny. Unfortunately, it wasn't in the way he wanted it to with the pandemic in 2020. But Drew, who was originally scheduled to face Brock Lesnar in Raymond James Stadium, where the Buccaneers play, Drew would ultimately challenge Brock Lesnar, where WrestleMania would be relocated to the WWE Performance Center. But Drew would realize the dream. Drew would achieve his destiny by defeating Brock Lesnar in the main event of WrestleMania to become WWE Champion for the first time in his career. And once upon a time, a leader would call him a chosen one, and Drew would do just that. And Drew, who won the world title at last year's WrestleMania, it may not have lasted long, but it's still on the record that Drew has that second reign as a world champion. In fact, a third reign. Drew is a 3-time world champion, former Intercontinental champion, tag team champion. And Drew McIntyre using those steel steps to his advantage on Damian Priest. Damian Priest, who finally won the big one after spending years on the indies. He won the big one when he would cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase on Drew McIntyre at last year's WrestleMania. Although I will say CM Punk warmed up Drew McIntyre a little bit for him. McIntyre's brother just handed him a phone, taking a picture for social media. Let's not forget when McIntyre would post on social media last year. And McIntyre did the same thing last year, and then Punk would attack McIntyre from behind. Punk was on commentary last year. McIntyre using the edge of that chair to the side of the head, to the ear of Priest. McIntyre looking to use anything that he can use to his disposal to take out Damian Priest, including bringing out 2 tables. And McIntyre setting up the table. McIntyre could have gone and pinned Damian Priest, but for McIntyre, it's not about winning this match. It's about punishment, especially after the elimination at the Royal Rumble. McIntyre laying down those tables. Drew McIntyre nearly falling off, teetering. Damian Priest looking for one more shot, but McIntyre with a Glasgow kiss. And a clothesline sends Priest to the other side on the floor. But Priest landed on his feet and fell down. And McIntyre looking to go high and fly as a sword through the air like a phoenix. He will rise. McIntyre taking out Damian Priest on the outside. And McIntyre gonna get Damian Priest back in the ring as quickly as possible to capitalize on the opportunity. McIntyre measuring up Damian Priest. And we know what comes next. Looking for a Claymore. But Priest just threw that chair. But the Claymore connects anyways. That's got to do it. For the win. But Priest stays alive. Priest kicking at it too. That was a rough throw of that chair at Drew McIntyre. But nonetheless, Drew McIntyre still pushed through and got the Claymore anyways, but not enough to keep Damian Priest down for the 3. And it's McIntyre who now has that chair in hand as he slams it into the spine of Damian Priest, going to work on the back of Priest with another shot as Priest writhes in agony. Wrapping the chair around the neck. This could end Damian Priest. This could be the end. No, not this. If this connects, it's over. Not this. Oh! But a choke slam to counter, a desperation counter by Priest. But it's McIntyre who kicks out. A desperation choke slam. Usually, it's Damian Priest who goes for a South of Heaven, in which he lands down on a choke slam. But he got a standard choke slam that was a last gasp effort to keep himself alive. He could have broken his neck if Drew McIntyre had gotten his way. And a steel chair to the spine of McIntyre. McIntyre writhing in pain. Oh, and another brutal chair shot to the back of McIntyre. Measuring up McIntyre once more for another chair shot. Priest exposing that turnbuckle bar. Damian Priest, who grew up in a rough area, he's got the chair. Spine buster by McIntyre. McIntyre realized he was in deep trouble. McIntyre, who got a little bit of a breather as Damian Priest was setting up that chair and wedging it in between the top and middle turnbuckle. And McIntyre now going to set up the table that's inside the ring. This is a big opportunity for the Scottish Warrior to take down Damian Priest. McIntyre looking to take out Damian Priest once and for all. McIntyre has Priest up right where he wants him. Priest, no way. No way. And a Razor's Edge. Paying homage to his hero. Oh, but McIntyre stays alive. Priest, whose hero, the late great Razor Ramon, just sent McIntyre through the table with that Razor's Edge. But the Razor's Edge just wasn't sharp enough to keep McIntyre down for the 3. And Damian Priest going to bring the bottom of those steel steps back into play. And now the straps come down. This is where Priest really starts to get hyped and pick things up. Die by the sword in which you wield. Fight till the final moment. And that's exactly what you have to do when you're in a situation like this. Drew doing whatever he had to do, and that was the thumbs to the eyes. And McIntyre, he dreams broken dreams, and he makes them come true as he shocks the future of Damian Priest. But Damian Priest's future is that this match will continue. And the head bouncing off the steel of the steps, off that future shock DDT. But as much as Damian Priest took of that, Drew McIntyre took of that as well, with his back fully connecting onto the steel steps. It's about getting the win, about besting the other. McIntyre, the fury in his eyes. Priest, the same. These two now slapping each other. This is now becoming a slugfest. And these two trading blows. And another shot by McIntyre. McIntyre getting the lead on these blows on Priest. who comes back with chops of his own. And a Glasgow kiss. And a big clothesline as Priest springs back from the ropes to take down McIntyre. This is as hard-hitting as it gets. McIntyre and Priest fighting with their heart, fighting with their hatred of the other. Priest looking to end this now. Paying homage to someone who's had a huge influence on his career. Damian Priest, his version of old school, but instead, he gets sent through the tables! Priest wasting a little bit too much time. McIntyre just wiped out Priest. Priest has been laid to waste through those tables. But can McIntyre capitalize? McIntyre through the pain. You saw a little bit of a smirk as Priest fell from above, crashing through those tables. But Priest already stirring a bit, but struggling. But McIntyre's body is worse for wear as well, so having a hard time capitalizing. It's McIntyre's trying to get Damian Priest back into the ring. What in the world is this? McIntyre. Oh my God! The Claymore, the head of Priest going into the steel chair. That's it. Good night. And McIntyre does it. What a hard-fought, brutal Sin City street fight between Drew McIntyre and Damian Priest. This is as violent as it gets when the hatred is as high as it is between these two. This is what you expect. You expect the ends to be limitless. And in the closing moments, McIntyre wanted it just a little bit more than Damian Priest. And forcing the official to raise his hand high. And that's Dan Engler. Raises the hand of the Scottish warrior Drew McIntyre, who fought through this like a warrior. That future shock DDT did a number on his back in the process of doing damage to Damian Priest. But it was effective. But this is where the ending really happened. Damian Priest was looking to honor somebody who has played a huge influence on his career, being The Undertaker, looking for his version, the old school, but would go through the tables, and then McIntyre would use the chair that Damian Priest introduced that was wedged in the corner to Claymore Damian Priest's head into the chair for the 1, 2, and 3. These two left it all out in the ring. Damian Priest is going to need some serious medical attention after that match, who's looking worse for wear, but it's McIntyre who stands tall. McIntyre getting the victory at the show of shows. Welcome on in, 22. I just saw that you are here. Thank you for joining. Appreciate you. I do apologize to anybody that does tune in and I am not responding right away. I do record these matches and they do end up on the YouTube channel, so don't take it personally because the individual matches will end up on the YouTube channel so I can get you guys extra content. Especially after this week. I pushed really hard this week, so to be able to just get like a couple weeks worth of footage, it's really great for me as well. WWE returns to Perth this October. John Cena's last ever match in Australia. More details to come later this month. The weekend of Playboy Cardi's Timeless, the official theme of WrestleMania. Celebrities all over Vegas. Jahmyr Gibbs, two-time Pro Bowl running back for the Detroit Lions. Oh, Daniel Cormier, UFC commentator, and Kill Tony's Tony Hinchcliffe. Kill Tony's host himself, Tony Hinchcliffe. Tony Hinchcliffe's The Roast of WrestleMania featuring Tony Hinchcliffe will take place tonight. Tickets are on sale now. Today provided by Goodyear. Happy 100th to the Goodyear blimp. Io Sky was on the Goodyear blimp. And so was Penta. Penta got to take a ride, and Penta saying it's a highlight of his career to be able to do something like this. The stakes are high because coming up next, it's all about the Intercontinental Championship for the Fatal 4-Way. The dogs, will they be barking? Or will the prince stand tall? Will Penta win his first singles title? And the WWE World Dominic win his first singles title on the main roster? Welcome back to WrestleMania 41, WrestleMania Sunday. Penta makes his WrestleMania debut. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, it is the WrestleMania debut of Penta. So, Penta, let's see how he does under such pressure of being on a large crowd, being in such a large crowd on such a grand stage. It was yesterday where we announced the big acquisition of AAA, where Penta and his brother Ray Phoenix got their start, where they became global stars, where they became stars. And now that they are both in the WWE, they have gone global. His brother Ray Phoenix, who competed last night against El Grande Americano, fell short after a little bit of a steel nose situation that the official didn't quite catch. But nonetheless, will Penta have a different outcome than his brother? Will Penta secure his first singles championship in the WWE? Penta, a former TNA World Champion, would love to win the WWE Intercontinental Championship. There is no fear in this man. He will go to extreme lengths. He has had an incredible start to his WWE run since debuting back in January. And here comes Dominic Mysterio, a man that the WWE Universe lets him know how they feel about him. The WWE Universe does not love Dominic Mysterio whatsoever. Dominic talking his smack. Dominic never really earned that mask from his father. Dominic seemed to be struggling a little bit to get that mask off his head as well. So, Dominic representing the Judgment Day in this Intercontinental title Fatal 4-Way match. Dude Wipes, the sponsor of this match. Ironic because even Dirty Dom needs to be clean. That's how Dirty Dom stays clean. Ironic considering he's dirty. It seemed there was about to be a fight that broke out between these two. All the chaos that is intertwined between the four men in this match. I mean, besides the fact that Dominic Mysterio and Finn Balor are both members of the Judgment Day. Finn Balor, a former Intercontinental Champion, the only other competitor in this match that is a former Intercontinental Champion. Balor in peak shape for WrestleMania. Finn Balor is here. Finn Balor is ready for a fight. Finn Balor would love to win his first singles championship for the first time in quite a bit of time since the last time Finn Balor won a singles championship. This would be the third Intercontinental Championship if Finn Balor is victorious tonight in this Fatal 4-Way. Dominic Mysterio, a former North American champion. Finn Balor is extremely capable of walking out with the victory tonight. He's done some incredible things in the WWE, and it sucks to see that sometimes Balor gets overlooked for his past accomplishments. But is the past the past? Or will Finn Balor rise with a new message? Finn Balor looking back with a smirk at Dom. The dogs are barking in Las Vegas. The unpredictable badass has arrived in sleek fashion as well. Braun Breaker, the Intercontinental Champion. A two-time Intercontinental Champion. Finn Balor, Penta, Dominic Mysterio. Those are the odds that Breaker has when it comes to this match. And Braun Breaker is someone who never backs down from a fight, which is why he agreed to fight everybody at once. Braun Breaker hands the title to the official, Eddie Orengo, who holds the title high. Orengo will be the one that will call this match. He is going to have his hands full with this one. The Intercontinental Heavyweight Championship. These four have had their issues all intertwined with each other to the point that Braun Breaker was like, you know what? I'll just take on all four of you to prove I can. But, oh, and Breakker going after Penta. What I was going to say, but the thing is, Dominic Mysterio and Finn Balor are on the same side, at least for now. They're both members of Judgment Day. But when it comes down to it, it's every man for themselves. Only one of these two men could leave as Intercontinental Champion if it came down to Finn Balor and Dominic Mysterio. And Penta with a high cross body taking out Dominic Mysterio. And Penta with a Hurricane Rana to Balor. And dumps Mysterio to the floor. And up and over, Tope con Hilo. And Penta landing on his feet with that Penta strut. Penta feeling the vibes of WrestleMania. Oh my God! Did you just see launching himself? Oh my God! Absolutely an incredible leap. I need to see that again. Just an incredible leap of a launch of that shoulder tackle. Super kick. And it springboard. Oh, countered by Breakker into a slam into the mat. A world's strongest slam made famous by the world's strongest man, Mark Henry. Nice power slam by Henry, or by Breakker, rather, to Balor. And Breakker, a man who has such rich family history, knows what moves to pull out. You have to pull out all the stops at WrestleMania. But at the same time, choosing to be Braun Breakker, to prove that he can do it on his own without letting everybody know that he is in fact a Steiner. But if you look at him, he gives off Steiner energy. But let's go back to the WrestleMania kickoff. Let's talk about that, because back at the WrestleMania kickoff, it was Braun Breakker who used a little bit of Steiner math to talk about his odds of winning. And I believe it was like 126.2% chance of winning. Oh, and went face first. Balor went face first in the family jewels of Mysterio. And Judgment Day taken out by Penta. Penta looking to win his first singles looking to win not just his first singles championship, but his first championship in the WWE. But Balor, who kicked out. What a punt kick to the midsection. And the sacrificial limb of Balor, because this is the sacrifice by Penta. Looking for that Penta driver, but instead, look at this. Breakker with the power and a German suplex, and he just kipped up to his feet. Absolute insane power. He's got insane power. He's got insane speed. Braun Breakker can run the ropes at 23 miles per hour. Absolutely superhuman. Penta knows what the spear feels like, and he got out of harm's way just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Dirty Dom taking advantage of the situation with a rolling senton over the top rope. And Mysterio going to stomp a mud hole at Breakker in the corner, and a baseball slide kicking Breakker to the outside onto the floor. And now it's Dominic Mysterio's time. And going for the three amigos. There's one as he holds on. There's another. Made famous by the late, great Eddie Guerrero. And look who's at ringside. We just saw Carlito at ringside. But the thing is, then what? You've got two members of the Judgment Day in this match. And Balor and Mysterio working well together for the time being. And look at Breakker with a double suplex. He is just so explosive when it comes to his power. Belly to bellies for Balor and Mysterio, and a clothesline that nearly sent Balor flying over the top. What a clothesline that turned Mysterio inside out. And leaping up. And he calls this the Breakensteiner to retain the Intercontinental Championship. Balor kicks at it too. And Breaker thought he had it, going for the Breakensteiner that connected beautifully on Balor. But Breaker has got that look in his eyes, that look of rage, that look of fury. Breaker, who's got it all. He's got the speed. He's got the power. But Balor gets the boot up and a super kick. Dominic with a drop kick to Penta and a clothesline to Breaker sends him out to the... Dominic going to capitalize on Balor. And Dominic with a drop kick to Balor for the 619. Balor intercepting. And Balor pissed. Finn stomping away on Dominic. And Penta, driver. Penta's going to do it. Oh, but Breaker saves this just before the 3. Braun Breaker using his top speed to make sure a new champion wasn't crowned in that moment. After the frustration of Finn Balor got the best of him when Dominic Mysterio turned his back on Balor. Which is ironic because Balor had his back facing Dominic, but Dominic took the advantage of the opportunity. But Balor would block the 619 and then stomp a mud hole into Mysterio, but which would allow Penta to capitalize and get that Penta driver on Balor. And now it comes down to Penta and Breaker. It's absolutely electric inside Allegiant Stadium. It's Breaker. It's Penta trading blows. Oh, what a thunderous chop to the chest. What a knee. What a super kick. And Penta ducks. Carlito sends Breaker to the outside onto the floor. What was that all about? Wait. Dominic to steal this. But Penta kicks out. And a super kick. Canadian Mexican Destroyer, rather. And that was Penta's version of the Canadian Destroyer, the Mexican Destroyer. And Carlito breaking the cover, who's not even involved in this match, but because there's no disqualification under Fatal 4-Way rules when it comes to multi-man matches. Oh my God. Uh-oh. Oh my God! Carlito just got laid out through the table with a spear from Breaker. And Carlito has been taken out of commission. Carlito's, hey, that man's gotta be dead. That 15-foot spear. A steel and reinforced table. And now it's Breaker, who's going to send one final message to retain the Intercontinental Championship. A spear that'll win him his big WrestleMania. But Dominic Mysterio comes from behind. And Mysterio looking to dial it up. And a 619. And connects. But Balor takes out Dominic. Sling blade. And Balor, shotgun drop kick. And Breaker, who's now in the drop zone. It's Balor. Going to use his veteran instincts. And the coup de grace to win the Intercontinental Championship. Dominic now. Dominic Mysterio has won the Intercontinental Championship. Dirty Dominic Mysterio has just won his first major singles title on the main roster in WWE that has been held by some of the all-time greats. And how ironic is it that in the end it would be Dominic Mysterio who would stab Finn Balor in the back and pinning Balor with after a frog splash for the 1, 2, 3. Lie, cheat, steal. And Dominic Mysterio leaves as the new Intercontinental Champion. Dominic Mysterio is the Intercontinental Champion. A title, as I was mentioning, that's been held by some of the all-time greats, from Pat Patterson to Bret Hart to Stone Cold to The Rock to Mr. Perfect to Ken Shamrock to Dominic Mysterio's own father, Rey Mysterio. This title has been held by the all-time greats, known as the Workhorse Championship. And Dominic Mysterio pulls out the victory in the end. Dominic Mysterio took the opportunity and he went for it. Balor went for the coup de grace, and when Balor thought he had it won, it would be Dominic Mysterio with a frog splash on a Balor to pin Balor for the 1, 2, and 3. Dominic Mysterio would pin his own Judgment Day teammate to become new Intercontinental Champion. Who would have thought that at WrestleMania, Dominic Mysterio would be getting cheers for winning the Intercontinental title, for winning a match, that is. That's going to be awkward. And Mysterio goes back into the ring to celebrate some more. And there it is. There's the graphic. Intercontinental Champion, Dominic Mysterio. Been a really solid night 2 of WrestleMania so far. Thank you guys for joining me live on Twitch and live on YouTube. Thank you all for all the love and support. WrestleMania 41 brought to you by Zenny. Eyewear for everyone. Go to Zenny.com to get your next pair of glasses. The interactive experience at the Cosm in Los Angeles. If you can't be there, you get the best experience in the house. Dominic Mysterio is your new Intercontinental Champion. What a big victory for Dominic Mysterio. Ladies and gentlemen, look who it is. Colby Covington, the UFC UFC welterweight fighter himself. And guess who else made some time? Metro Boomin. Multi-platinum, 3-time Grammy-nominated record producer and songwriter. We saw Metro Boomin back at Bad Blood. And Dean Norris, actor in Law and Order Organized Crime. And the Fontainebleau, the official hotel of WrestleMania weekend. The Roast of WrestleMania featuring Tony Hinchcliffe. Tickets are on sale now. It'll happen following WrestleMania. There's quite a bit of destruction going on at ringside. Carlito just got completely annihilated by Braun Breaker moments ago. Braun Breaker went 15 feet, full speed, through Carlito, and in the end, it would be Dominic Mysterio who would get the victory. Coming up next, it's 20 years of Randy Orton. It was going to be Randy Orton and Kevin Owens, but with Kevin Owens having a serious neck injury, who is going to step up to the plate as Randy Orton has issued an open challenge at the Showcase of Immortals? That'll be coming your way next. And here he is. This is what it's all about. The 14-time world champion, Randy Orton, who's done it all. WWE's Apex Predator has put out an open challenge to celebrate 20 years of Randy Orton at WrestleMania. Let's never forget the time he almost ended Undertaker's undefeated WrestleMania streak early on in his career. He connected with that RKO to counter that chokeslam, but Undertaker would kick out. And the crowd is picking up some noise for the Viper as he makes his way to the ring. This is Randy Orton's 20th year at the Showcase of Immortals. Randy Orton has won WWE championships on the grandest stage of them all, has main evented numerous times, has nearly ended the undefeated streak of The Undertaker. Orton has done all there is to do at the Showcase of Immortals, and to celebrate his 20th year, he has thrown out an open challenge because he will not be denied. Randy Orton will have a match at WrestleMania. He said he was going to show up, boots laced up, tights on, knee pads, the whole, everything up, and just enough baby oil. And Randy Orton, who has been gifted by the wrestling gods as one of, if not the greatest, to ever step foot inside the squared circle. This match sponsored by Wingstop. Get the wings you love delivered straight to your door. The Wing Experts. You gotta wonder who's gonna step up to the plate. Who is going to challenge Randy Orton? Who is going to accept the open challenge? 290 pounds. Randy Orton is an absolute beast. Who is going to come get some? Oh! Do you believe? Joe Hendry! The vibes are real. Joe Hendry has arrived at WrestleMania. The TNA World Champion has arrived at the grandest stage of them all. Joe Hendry is going to challenge one of the all-time greats, Randy Orton, in a first ever matchup. When he took NXT by storm last year, Joe Hendry now finds himself on the grandest stage of them all, WrestleMania. Who would have thought at this point Joe Hendry would have an opportunity like this? 20 years of Randy Orton, and it's Joe Hendry that is stepping up to the plate to challenge Randy Orton. But did Joe Hendry just sign his death certificate? Joe Hendry is about to be trending. And of course, the championship is not on the line. It is a one-on-one matchup. Randy Orton and Joe Hendry. This is completely new territory. Joe Hendry is a world-traveled wrestler. Randy Orton, who's done all there is to do in the WWE. He got right into the thick of it. Orton went for an RKO, but Hendry, early roll-up trying to get a huge upset on Randy Orton. Can you imagine if Joe Hendry pulled the biggest upset on Randy Orton on Orton's 20th anniversary at WrestleMania? And the official calling this match, referee Ryan Tran. Oh, it seemed they were going to tie up, but Randy Orton pulling some tricks out of the book with a boot to the midsection. But there comes Hendry knocking down Orton. And Hendry hyping up the crowd. Boot to the midsection. Hendry might have wasted a little bit too much time in that situation. And a neck breaker by Hendry. Hendry soaking in the moment. Hendry knew what he had at stake. Hendry knew what he had ahead of him at WrestleMania. But Randy Orton did not know whatsoever. So that's what makes this so rough for Randy Orton. But when you're Randy Orton and you've been doing this for 20 years, over 20 years, you are prepared for anything. And Randy Orton with a poke to the eyes. And there's a reason Randy Orton is a Viper, WWE's apex predator, as he nails Hendry with that snap power slam. And Orton going to send a message. Oh, and that's vintage Randy Orton with that DDT off the middle rope. Randy Orton's going to that place. And this could be over just as quick as it started. Viper is coiled and ready to strike. Went for an RKO. Hendry scouted it. Hendry has Randy Orton. Beautiful fall away slam. And tremendous power on display by Hendry. You can't count out Joe Hendry. Giving the people what they want. But an RKO out of nowhere. And thanks for coming, Joe Hendry. And Randy Orton gets the win on his 20th WrestleMania. Look at this fall-away slam. And Hendry would take control, but he got too caught up in the bright lights. And then Orton would strike out of nowhere with an RKO. And WrestleMania became RK No for Joe Hendry. Randy Orton gets to celebrate his 20th WrestleMania with a victory. There are only two men that have held more world titles than Randy Orton, and that's John Cena and Ric Flair. Randy Orton showing respect to Joe Hendry. Great respect from Orton to Joe Hendry. What a moment for the TNA World Champion Joe Hendry, suffering a loss to Randy Orton. And we know what's coming. And another RKO. You had to know that was coming. And welcome to WrestleMania, Joe Hendry. I believe in RKOs that will strike out of nowhere. Then Randy Orton now going to have a little fun. Randy Orton having some fun. Randy Orton gets to celebrate. And he got an extra RKO in just to have a little bit more fun on his 20th anniversary of this being his 20th WrestleMania appearance. But nonetheless, Joe Hendry should be proud. He stepped up to the plate. He is the one who came out to challenge the Apex Predator, a 14-time world champion, Randy Orton. But nonetheless, Randy Orton stands tall with the victory. Wait, that clip will go up tomorrow. How long is it? All right. The announcement was made yesterday. WWE has acquired AAA. And worlds collide as AAA and NXT collide in Los Angeles, Saturday, June 7th, 3 p.m. Eastern. And then when that's over, head on over to the Intuit Dome for Money in the Bank. That's going to be quite a Saturday in LA. The shout out to the highest earning touring rapper in the world, Travis Scott. Official theme of WrestleMania, Fiend, featuring Playboy Cardi. And an absolute banger. You can shop the Cactus Jack collection for a limited time now on www.shop.com. Get the collection now while it is still available. He was part of WWE World. Coming up next, we've got a heater as the Maverick Logan Paul will take on the phenomenal one, AJ Styles. This all came about as Logan Paul was being a big mouth as usual and would, after being eliminated from the Royal Rumble, would go, well, Logan Paul would sneakily eliminate AJ Styles from the Royal Rumble. When we come back, that match will be coming your way. Stay tuned. Logan Paul looking to make some more viral moments at WrestleMania. Getting Logan Paul, all angles of Logan Paul. As if one wasn't enough, we have to see Logan Paul from multiple angles. This match presented by General Insurance. Go to the General and save some time for the insurance. Logan Paul last year defeating Randy Orton and Kevin Owens to retain the United States Championship. Here comes someone that is nothing short, that is of phenomenal. This is AJ Styles' 5th WrestleMania match. Let's not forget, AJ Styles has done some incredible things at WrestleMania. He's wrestled the likes of Shane McMahon. He's wrestled Chris Jericho. He wrestled The Undertaker in the Boneyard match in Undertaker's final WWE match. That's how much faith that Undertaker had in believing how talented AJ Styles is, that he wanted AJ Styles to be his final opponent. AJ Styles has done some incredible things, including as well as facing the rated R superstar Edge. AJ Styles went from being an amateur wrestler in high school and college and would get his start in WCW. He would start his career where he is from, in good old Georgia. AJ Styles, a Georgia boy. If you ever get the chance to talk to him, you'll know he is Bulldogs till death. And AJ Styles is going to use that Bulldog level mentality to bring the fight to Logan Paul here in Las Vegas. Jessica Carr is the official for this match. As this match gets underway, AJ Styles and Logan Paul. Logan Paul had a great showing at last year's WrestleMania, defeating Randy Orton and Kevin Owens in a triple threat match. AJ Styles, as I've mentioned, has done incredible things at WrestleMania, including having the honor and privilege of being The Undertaker's last match at WrestleMania, because that's how much The Undertaker wanted to wrestle AJ Styles. Although due to the pandemic, the style of the match had to change from a traditional match to a boneyard match, and make good use of the situation at hand. Meanwhile, AJ Styles is going to tie it up with Logan Paul for the first time. AJ Styles does not like the trash talking of Logan Paul, saying Logan Paul is a big mouth and he is a loud mouth. And AJ Styles picking up Logan Paul, driving him into the corner to create that separation. And AJ Styles leaps up. Logan Paul stayed on the ropes as Logan Paul sending AJ Styles out to the apron. AJ Styles slides under. And a shoulder tackle from the Phenomenal One takes down Logan Paul. Leapfrog by Logan Paul this time, and it's a nice drop kick from Styles that catches Logan Paul off his guard as AJ Styles went for the cover. I don't even think that was a 1 count on that. And for AJ Styles came up the hard way. AJ Styles had to pay his dues. He started at the end of WCW and then would make his time well spent in TNA. Oh, catching Logan Paul in the ring skirt. And AJ Styles making a big play out of the playbook of Fit Finley's playbook. And he baited Logan Paul. AJ Styles, who has traveled the world, has won over 50 championships, has all kinds of tricks in the bag. And Logan Paul is going to learn a thing or two from what AJ Styles is capable of inside the squared circle. AJ Styles, who made his mainstay at TNA for 13 years before making his way to the WWE over almost 10 years ago. Just a little over 9. But it's crazy to think that AJ Styles will soon be with the WWE for over a decade. AJ Styles was one of those acquisitions by the WWE that was unthinkable. You never thought that the face of TNA, AJ Styles, was going to come over to the WWE. And since then, AJ Styles has made huge waves, including a couple victories over John Cena, who we will see in tonight's main event, challenging Cody Rhodes for the Undisputed Championship in hopes of winning a record 17th World Championship. But right now, it's Logan Paul who counters AJ Styles, sending the Phenomenal One into the ring post and again into the opposite side and whipping into the opposite post as Logan Paul shifts this match into his control. Trying to regroup now is Logan Paul, trying to slap some sense into himself. And Paul could get a huge victory right now, but he's going to take the easy way out, it seems. Paul's going to take that countout victory if he can get it, but AJ Styles is already closing in on getting back into the ring. But Paul flying up and over with a high cross body takes out AJ Styles on the outside on the floor. And the Maverick is fired up. Logan Paul, extremely athletic inside the squared circle. From somebody who was viewed as just a social media megastar to somebody who was a social media star doing boxing to coming to the WWE, making his debut back at WrestleMania 38, where he would team up with The Miz to take on the Mysterios. This was at a time where Dominic and his father, Rey, were on good terms. And meanwhile, we wish Rey Mysterio the best in his recovery, sustaining an injury back on Friday that pulled him out of yesterday's match against El Grande Americano. But nonetheless, Logan Paul has made huge waves since making his debut in the WWE, including winning the United States Championship where he would defeat Rey Mysterio back at Crown Jewel a couple of years ago. And Logan Paul will use his strategy to his advantage now. Logan Paul now picking up a trick or two. That's the thing. Logan Paul is such a fast learner. Say what you want about Logan Paul. He soaks up everything like a sponge when it comes to learning about professional wrestling. A beautiful frog splash by Paul, but not quite enough to keep the Phenomenal One down for the 3. Let's get another look at the height that Logan Paul got on this frog splash. And Logan Paul soaring through the air and then crashing down with all of his weight on the midsection of the Phenomenal One. And Paul sending Styles into the corner. And now going after Styles. Gonna whip Styles across the ring. Oh, that was a hard hit. Styles went chest first. And Logan Paul taking it slow, taking his time with it now. Paul knows what he has to do to be the best inside the ring, and he's done an incredible job. The overbomb. And Styles just barely getting his fingertips at first on the bottom rope. That would force the rope break to keep Styles in this match. Get another look at that. Well-executed overbomb by Logan Paul. Logan Paul is just one of the very few that have translated very well into the wrestling world, coming from Hollywood, coming from social media. Logan Paul started as a child actor, worked his way up into becoming a social media superstar over the years, being big on the now defunct platform Vine, being popular on YouTube. Logan Paul's had his ups and downs. You either love him or you hate him. But when it comes to his skill inside the wrestling ring, you gotta respect it. Logan Paul has really picked it up. He wrestles better than some that have been wrestling for decades. But if there's one thing that Logan Paul's learning, he's definitely learning from somebody that has been wrestling for decades, and that being the Phenomenal One, AJ Styles, with 25 plus years of experience. And AJ Styles gets caught by Paul off that moonsault as Paul hooking deep on that cover, but Styles was able to kick out at 2. And Logan Paul has really brought the fight to AJ Styles. Logan Paul almost getting the win off that moonsault. Has to keep his eye on the prize, keep focused on the task at hand, and that is taking down the Phenomenal One. Meanwhile, the Phenomenal One for a shot at Paul, but Paul with these heavy shots at Styles. Look at these uppercuts from Logan Paul. And Logan Paul in that last one, knocking AJ Styles off his feet. And now going to flex for the crowd. And Logan Paul going to do a little bit of showboating. Logan Paul just pointing back at AJ Styles on the as Paul is on the apron. Paul just enjoying his showboating. I bet Logan Paul enjoys the smell of his own farts. Right now, Logan Paul. Irish whip Styles in the corner, but Styles blocks it. And AJ Styles starting to pick up the intensity. I don't know if Logan Paul realizes it, but AJ Styles explodes out of the corner with a clothesline and another one. AJ Styles now fired up. Back elbow. Was looking for that phenomenal combination. Styles has Logan Paul up on his shoulders. The Ushi-Goroshi, where the knee goes to the back of the neck, and a sliding forearm to Logan Paul. And AJ Styles taking out Paul. AJ Styles doing everything he can to keep up with the new generation. because you never know when it's going to be the last. AJ Styles has given a lot to this business over the years. AJ Styles, a beautiful brain buster. And now turns Paul over for the cover with that lateral press, but only enough for two as Logan Paul was able to get the shoulder up. Both of these men got to figure out what is next. Logan Paul taken out by that brain buster by Styles. Both of these men working their way back up to their feet. Styles back up, Logan Paul back up. Styles looking to close this one out. Looking for that Styles clash that is used to beat some of the very best in this industry. Styles lands on his feet as Logan Paul was looking for a backdrop suplex. Styles gets the boot up. Styles measuring up. Was looking for that phenomenal forearm. And AJ caught on the shoulders of Logan Paul. This could be it. Rolling senton by Paul. What's next? Springboard. And a moonsault by Logan Paul. Oh, but again, it's AJ Styles who kicks out just before the 3. These two are getting closer and closer to 3. After pinfall after pinfall. That was beautiful. Logan Paul personifies what it means to be an athlete. There were a lot of doubts about Logan Paul when he first made his way to the WWE. But as I mentioned earlier in this match, Logan Paul has really well translated into the world of sports entertainment and professional wrestling. Meanwhile, AJ Styles perched up at the top by Logan Paul. AJ Styles with back elbows to the Maverick. Phenomenal one. The phenomenal one caught with a shot to the spine by Logan Paul. Logan Paul would love nothing more than to connect with that pulverizer, which is an incredible finishing move created by Logan Paul. AJ Styles was looking for a Styles clash on another attempt, but wisely as Paul, who grabbed the middle rope on both sides of the turnbuckle. And it's Logan Paul fighting back at AJ Styles, sending Styles into that top turnbuckle. And now what is Logan Paul thinking? Up and over, and that clothesline over the top, that buckshot lariat. That slingshot. And almost put the phenomenal one away, but just not quite enough to keep AJ Styles down for the 3. Logan Paul was close, but it wasn't quite enough. Logan Paul could be closing in on a huge victory over AJ Styles. A victory over AJ Styles would propel Logan Paul even further up the mountain. Perhaps leading Logan Paul to another shot at a world title in the future. AJ Styles is a Grand Slam champion in the WWE. He's done it all. And for Logan Paul to get a victory over AJ Styles would be absolutely massive for the Maverick. Was looking for one lucky punch. AJ Styles ducks under. Look at AJ Styles has the rack. And a rack bomb takes out Logan Paul. And AJ Styles has got a lot of tricks in the bag, but not enough to keep Paul down for the 3. And when it comes to this match, the experience of AJ Styles truly shows. AJ Styles has a lot more moves in the repertoire. He's got a lot more moves to use than Logan Paul. AJ Styles, with over 2 decades of experience, has all kinds of moves, has had to update his repertoire time and time again to meet where his body is at. Meanwhile, AJ Styles looking to put this one away. Go big or go home. AJ Styles, springboard 450, but Logan Paul gets the knees up. Uh-oh. and the veteran AJ Styles. And now it's Logan Paul going to go for a Styles clash on AJ Styles. The disrespect on the Phenomenal One. But AJ Styles not going to take the disrespect at all as AJ Styles with a Styles clash of his own. And now both superstars are down. And this is a big point in this match, big turning point. Oh, come on, look at this goof. One of Logan Paul's stooges is going to get involved with a... I am so sick of Jeff at this point. Look who it is. Karrion Kross. Karrion Kross. And AJ Styles sends Jeff down. But now it's Karrion Kross who wishes to send AJ Styles over to the dark side. And AJ Styles with a shot to Karrion Kross. Karrion Kross who begged and pleaded. And trying to get AJ Styles to go back to his evil ways. Styles setting up. Phenomenal form. Nope. Bang! Out like a light. And AJ Styles is gonna be pulverized. And Logan Paul is about to pick up the biggest victory of his career. And Karrion Kross's plan backfired. He tried to get AJ Styles to return to his evil ways. But Logan Paul would take advantage of the distraction, picking up a huge victory over AJ Styles. AJ Styles has been pulverized. And no brass knucks were involved. Logan Paul gets another big victory at WrestleMania. Logan Paul is picking up and building up a big resume. Let's get a look at this 450 splash attempt by AJ Styles. But Logan Paul got the knees up on the Phenomenal One. And then it would be Logan Paul who would use his AJ Styles' own Styles clash against him, but AJ Styles wouldn't buy it. And he wouldn't stand for it. And he hit his own Styles clash. And then Logan Paul's stooge, Jeff, showed up with the brass knucks. But Karrion Kross would get involved. Kross going after Jeff, pulling the brass knucks. And Kross would try to get AJ Styles to go back to his evil ways. But it just didn't happen. And then it was the one lucky punch by Logan Paul into a pulverizer for the 1, 2, and 3. One of the best moves, the greatest moves in WWE. AJ Styles falling short to the Maverick Logan Paul at WrestleMania, but nonetheless, an incredible performance by Logan Paul, who gets the victory. What a night it has been so far here at the show of shows. WrestleMania by the numbers, 421 total matches, 456 unique individuals, broadcast from 26 different cities. WWE Unreal, a brand new documentary. We're going to get a look as what happens off stage. Launches this summer only on Netflix. Vanessa Hudgens is in the house. Once upon a time, Gabrielle in High School Musical. Rana Dagubati, Rana Naidu, now streaming on Netflix. And Terrence Crawford, unified welterweight champion and WBA junior middleweight champion, 41-0. Terrence Crawford, an incredible boxer. And Quavo is here, multi-platinum rapper, songwriter, and record producer. Quavo has entered the building. Shout out to the one and only Quavo. WrestleMania is presented by Snickers. Snickers satisfies you're not you when you're hungry. And also presented to you by WWE 2K25. Bringing the unique opportunity to relive the showcase of WrestleMania with game-changing updates. A match brought to you by Papa John's. Better ingredients, better pizza. A tag title match that was supposed to be Lyra Valkyria and Bayley, but Bayley was taken out of commission yesterday, being attacked backstage. So Lyra Valkyria is now set on finding a new tag team partner. Liv Morgan has to be absolutely pleased at the fact that her boyfriend Dominic Mysterio won the Intercontinental Championship in that hell of a fatal four-way that took place earlier tonight. But can Liv keep the momentum going? Will she win this match alongside Raquel and leave as still the women's tag team champions? But there's also a bit of unknown now added to this tag team match, as who is going to side with Lyra Valkyria? When you take out Bayley, when you had Bayley with Lyra, at least Liv and Raquel knew who they were going to face. But now with Bayley out of the whole picture, it leaves up a lot of option for Lyra Valkyria. But you got to wonder, who did Lyra Valkyria find as a tag team partner? And the Judgment Day is enjoying the vibes at WrestleMania. Whoa. Whoa. Our Women's Intercontinental Champion making a grandiose entrance. And Lyra Valkyria had only 24 hours notice to find a tag team partner. She had to find somebody who was in Vegas already. You got to wonder who's back there. It's a who's who kind of thing. All kinds of superstars, legends showed up to view, be at WrestleMania, be at the Hall of Fame. It could be absolutely anybody. But obviously, it's going to be somebody that Lyra has rubbed the right way since coming to the WWE. Who will team with Lyra Valkyria? Oh! What a big return! The man, Becky Lynch, is back! The emotions are running wild here in Allegiant Stadium for the return of the man, Becky Lynch. Fans are in tears who have been waiting to see if Becky Lynch would ever come back to the squared circle. After losing her title, after losing the rematch to Liv Morgan inside the steel cage, Becky Lynch, ironically, back for some revenge at Liv Morgan. And of course it happens on the grandest stage of them all. Liv Morgan is in absolute shock and fear right now. And Lyra is so happy to have Becky Lynch in her corner. And Liv and Raquel are going to have to adjust their game plan pretty quickly to meet whatever you need to do to face the man, Becky Lynch and Lyra Valkyria. An incredible moment. Becky Lynch making her WWE return after taking some time off to enjoy being a mother. But she was taken out of commission after that steel cage match from Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan is in total shock. She looks in fear of her life. And this has really just picked up. Lyra and Becky have become really close friends over the past couple of years, have quite the mutual respect for each other. Both from Ireland. That's what it's all about. And you see those women's tag team titles being held up by the official. That's what this match is all about. Becky Lynch has become a little bit of a mentor for Lyra Valkyria. It's been a little over a year since we've last seen Becky Lynch inside the squared circle. It seemed that Becky was going to get her hands on Liv Morgan, but Liv Morgan tagging in Raquel Rodriguez. Becky stoically looking at Raquel. Becky is not one to back down from a fight. And Becky, with that right to Raquel, was trying to go for a shot on Liv. But here comes Raquel from behind. Becky Lynch would become the first woman in history to main event WrestleMania. Of course, that was alongside Charlotte and Ronda Rousey, where she would become both the now defunct SmackDown and Raw Women's Champions to unify the titles. And Lyra with an enziguri to Raquel. Lyra has a victory over Raquel when the Intercontinental title was on the line. This is Lyra Valkyria's WrestleMania debut. And Lyra Valkyria staying as calm as she can. And now for Lyra, having Becky Lynch by her side, it adds a whole new level of calm and confidence, knowing you have one of the very best to ever step foot inside the squared circle is by your side. Someone who has made history time and time again. Oh, Liv Morgan going to take advantage of the opportunity. Oh, what a big boot. Meanwhile, the official goes to the cover. Jason Ayers taking a little bit too much time, but Becky Lynch was focused on the referee because of the distraction, which made the pinfall not go for the 3. And Liv Morgan, a former women's world champion, as well as being the current crown jewel champion when she defeated Nia Jax back in November at Crown Jewel. And Raquel makes the tag to Liv Morgan as Raquel drives Lyra in the corner. And a boot to the midsection as Liv stomping away at Lyra. And the tag champs have isolated Lyra Valkyria. And now, we saw this earlier from Dominic Mysterio, but now it's Liv Morgan who's going to use the 3 amigos. And knocking Becky Lynch off the apron. And a sliding enziguri to Lyra. Only enough for a 2 count. Becky Lynch tries to get involved, but the official, Jason Ayers, trying to hold back Becky Lynch. And now the tag's been made official. They tried to make the tag the first time, but the official would not have seen it. Springing Lyra off. And Raquel went for the cover, but not quite enough to keep Lyra down for the 3. And the tag's been made to Liv. Lyra really needs to make a tag. With every second that Lyra Valkyria is in the ring, more and more damage is being done to her. And the exhaustion is building up. This is the teamwork that makes a great tag team. This is what makes Liv and Raquel great tag team champions. You see them constantly making tags, keeping the fresh woman in the match. That's what allows you to isolate your opponent. And it'll make it really well to keep it a 2-on-1 situation when it comes down to it. Liv trying to make sure Lyra can't make the tag. But an enziguri to Liv. And can Lyra do it? But Liv pulls Becky Lynch off the apron. Uh-oh. I think that only infuriated Becky Lynch. And Becky Lynch is on the pursuit of Liv. And Raquel nailing Becky Lynch with a big boot and dumps the man to the floor. And Raquel turning her attention to Lyra. And a slam to Lyra as Raquel went for the cover and Lyra kicking out. Raquel and Liv have been so impressive in this tag team title match. Sending Lyra to the ropes. Lyra holds on. First a kick to Liv. And gets the boots up as Rodriguez charged Lyra in the corner. Oh, and sidesteps Rodriguez. Went shoulder first into the post, full speed, and now it's Lynch, who is the legal woman. Or the legal man, if you will. And the man is now the legal woman in this match. Lynch has been waiting for months and months to get her hands on Liv Morgan. And a step up enziguri to Raquel. And a forearm splash in the corner. And then one to Liv on the other side. Raquel sends Becky to the ring apron. And now it's Becky up at the top. Becky went a swanton. Becksploder coming up. And the Becksploder, it's been quite some time since we've had the privilege of seeing that from the man. Lynch looking better than ever. And a baseball slide. And Becky Lynch takes out Morgan. Morgan and Lynch, the legal women in this match. This match is for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championships. Becky Lynch looking to take out Liv. Into the armbar. Had the Juji Gatami armbar. Now looking for the disarmer. The disarmer. Nowhere to go. Is Morgan going to have no choice but to tap? And a boot to the face of Lynch by Rodriguez. And a big boot from Rodriguez knocks Lyra off the apron. And Raquel sent flying over the top to the outside onto the floor. And Liv looking for Oblivion. And it connects to retain. But it's Lyra who saves the day. And Lyra, the Women's Intercontinental Champion, keeps this thing alive. Oh, but Liv held on and then went for the kick to Lyra and it connected. Lyra went for a suicide dive but got caught in midair and would still be able to turn it into a DDT, taking out Rodriguez. And now sliding through, taking out Lyra, Becky Lynch. And the man handle slam. And Lyra and Lynch win the gold. Becky Lynch and Lyra Valkyria. Lyra Valkyria is now won her first WrestleMania match, her debut. What a huge celebration. And Lyra now holds 2 belts. She is the Women's Intercontinental Champion and one half of the Tag Team Champions alongside Becky Lynch. First the Oblivion, and then just a millisecond away from retaining, Lyra would save the day. Went for a suicide dive onto Raquel. Raquel would catch Lyra in midair, but Lyra would still turn it into a tornado DDT. And then Liv would be shocked, distracted, turn around, caught with a manhandle slam, 1, 2, and 3, and new women's tag team champions. What a huge moment for Lyra and Lynch. Lyra 2 belts. Well deserved, and a huge return for Becky Lynch as she is back and she is ready to roll. She is back and with gold right off the bat. And we've only got one match to the main event. And what a night it has been. Thank you to everybody who's hung out with me tonight. I appreciate everybody. Thank you to everybody who's just tuning in right now. The first premium live event following WrestleMania Backlash in St. Louis, Saturday, May 10th. Tickets are on sale now. We got a few weeks. Get your tickets now via Ticketmaster. It'll take place in the Enterprise Center. Let's take a look at tonight's WrestleMania highlight of the night. This was the Fatal 4-Way, that Mexican Destroyer by Penta. And then it would be Carlito who would get involved. Carlito setting Penta onto our announce desk. But then this was the moment of the night. Breaker nailing Carlito with a spear through that steel reinforced table. And then Penta caught a vicious spear as well. When it seemed Breaker was closing in, Dominic would capitalize from behind with a 619 and then would head up to the top for a frog splash. But Balor made sure that didn't happen. Balor go for the coup de grace. This is where the ending happened. Balor would go for the coup de grace. But then on to Breaker. But Dominic with a frog splash on Balor. And Dominic Mysterio would become your new Intercontinental Heavyweight Champion. And our Aviator highlight of the night, Dominic Mysterio becomes the new Intercontinental Champion. They're enjoying WrestleMania from a unique experience in Los Angeles as they witnessed Randy Orton celebrate his 20th WrestleMania, defeating the surprise opponent being the TNA World Champion Joe Hendry, as fans are celebrating all over the world from India to Glasgow to at the 35th Fighter Wing at the Misawa Air Base in Japan. Everywhere, WrestleMania is being celebrated and enjoyed. Oh! What in the world? Awaiting the arrival. The music of the Texas Rattlesnake is playing. There he is. Hell yeah. Austin 316. Austin having some fun on a four-wheeler here in Las Vegas. And Austin just having a fun time riding around the ring. A little bit of a crash there by Austin. Just having some fun. And the life just flashed before the eyes of those fans. That's a moment they'll never forget. $63,226 sold out. We got a long night to go if Austin's going to count everybody. $124,693 combined 2-day attendance. And some Steve Weisers. It's time. The Hall of Famer Stone Cold Steve Austin, who won another Hall of Fame. Having match of the year, immortal moment of the year being WrestleMania 13 against Bret Hart in that no DQ submission match that is labeled as one of the greatest matches in history. And Austin going to enjoy a couple more Steve Weisers. And welcome back, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Wonder what WWE offered that woman. Big cheers to WrestleMania. WWE World will happen at noon. At noon with John Cena, and Paul Heyman will be on the Pat McAfee show. We're going to hear what Heyman has to say tomorrow. And our main event is coming up next. John Cena and Cody Rhodes. It is finally here after months of waiting. John Cena looks to dethrone the American Nightmare. And coming after this match will happen right after this break. As we take a look at the career of John Cena and his pursuit of a record-breaking 17 World Championship. All right. It's main event time. There's no video package, no color, no nothing. John Cena is all black and white right now. The future is not looking too bright if John Cena leaves tonight as the new undisputed WWE champion. This is John Cena's final WrestleMania as an in-ring competitor. After this, you won't be able to see him. John Cena on his pursuit to win a set record 17th world title. This is the big opportunity for Cena to do it against Cody Rhodes. John Cena hasn't won a WrestleMania match in a decade. Back in 2015. So for John Cena, it's been quite some time since John Cena used to rule the main stage. John Cena used to rule the WWE. But at some point along the line, he dipped his toes into Hollywood. And he did the one thing that he said he'd never do, as he'd switch sides. And for John Cena regarded as one of the greatest of all time, if not the GOAT. And you hear it time and time again. John Cena, 16-time world champion. Cena's done a lot in the WWE. He took the mantle of WWE when it needed somebody to be the face of the company. And the drumstick lot, the Cone Zone, taking over the WrestleMania main event. The #1 Sunday Cone. Fans vibing out for the drumsticks. The drumstick, the ultimate snack. Cody has his family at ringside, his mother, his wife and daughter, his sister. And Cody Rhodes looks to prevent John Cena from making history, in which John Cena is on a mission to become a 17-time world champion. It's about being the guy who will lead the future of the industry. It's about leading this company into the future. John Cena wants to steal everything that Cody Rhodes has worked for away from him and just destroy it all and leave it bleak. Cold as ice. This is a huge match between Cody Rhodes and John Cena that will define the future of the WWE. It will define everything. Cody Rhodes has worked so hard to help make the industry what it is today, to achieve the dream that his father came so close to achieving all those years ago at Madison Square Garden. And you see now senior official Chad Patton has the honor of calling such a huge, perhaps once in a lifetime WWE Championship match between John Cena and Cody Rhodes. And now the bell has rung. This match is officially underway. This is John Cena's first major singles match on the farewell tour of John Cena's last year as an active in-ring competitor. We saw John Cena at the Royal Rumble, where he came up short to main event Jey Uso, who won the world title yesterday on night one of WrestleMania. But John Cena would be victorious after declaring a spot inside the Elimination Chamber, feeling he earned that right. But who knew all the pieces were already falling into place now as these two tie up collar and elbow. And Cody Rhodes has a side headlock on Cena. This all started about back at Elimination Chamber. And who knows, maybe even before that. We don't know how long the conversations between John Cena and The Rock go back to. But what we do know is that John Cena slowly started to fade away from the honor he used to have as a full-time WWE guy when he started shifting into Hollywood within the past decade, where he would slowly fade into what he said he'd never become. Because you go back to 12, 13 years ago when it was The Rock and John Cena leading up to WrestleMania 28. Going back even 14 years ago, just after WrestleMania 27, when it all started between John Cena and The Rock. And their whole feud. And the whole thing was John Cena didn't like that The Rock was coming in and being this big Hollywood star. And now look where we are. 14 years later, John Cena is a big Hollywood star and a sellout. John Cena sold his soul to The Rock in order to get an upper hand so that he could truly become a winner. But will it pay off for John Cena? That's the big question that we are going to find out. This new John Cena going to take a quick timeout. Cody Rhodes, who is 0-4 against John Cena in his career. These two have met before, but never at this high of a level. This is a Cody Rhodes that John Cena has never faced. This Cody Rhodes is a little bit more traveled and has a lot more experience. But same could be said about John Cena. But John Cena's win-loss record isn't so great in the past year. In the past few years, that is. And Cody Rhodes on his ninth successful title defense. Cody Rhodes has competed in 10 WrestleManias. This is John Cena's 17th WrestleMania. John Cena has a lot of experience. John Cena winning his first WWE Championship back at WrestleMania 21, where he would defeat JBL. And John Cena sent to the outside. Cody Rhodes looking to fly. And a suicide dive from the American Nightmare takes out John Cena. And now it's John Cena who gets sent into the ring by Cody Rhodes. And Cody, went after Cena, but Cena with a wicked right. And Cena has a side headlock on Rhodes. Cena putting on a headlock, putting on a wrestling hold just to prove to the fans that he can wrestle despite what they think. But if I'm being honest, and if we're being honest, just in general, all of us need to be honest about this. I don't think John Cena really cares what anybody thinks at this point. And because if he did, he wouldn't have sold his soul to The Rock. There's no way if John Cena truly cared. A man who has a record for the most Make-A-Wishes just turned his back on everybody and cares about nobody but himself and money. And Cena now bringing the fight to Cody Rhodes, but working very slow. This is a different pace from Cena. We are used to a more energetic pace from John Cena. But John Cena is working very slow, very methodical. John Cena with a whole new strategy to break down Cody Rhodes piece by piece. Cena, a man who's been through it all. He's seen it all. And he is ready for a match like this. Sometimes you just have to have a mindset switch. And I'm not saying what John Cena's done is right. But somewhere in the mind of John Cena, it is rightfully so justified and justifiable in his actions for what he's done, for how he feels towards the people, whether you've booed him or cheered him. All the conflicting messages over the years, John Cena kind of brushed it off and took it like a champ. Ironically, say that because John Cena would always say the champ is here. But will the champ be here or will the champ be gone? Because the champ, if John Cena wins and becomes the new champion, he plans to leave with the undisputed WWE Championship. And John Cena with a clothesline that turned Cody Rhodes inside out. Cody Rhodes now back up to his feet with another clothesline that turns Cody Rhodes. around like a spiral. And Cena went for the cover, only enough for a 1 count, it appears. And now Cena returning to a chin lock, trying to block off the airway, trying to make it harder for Cody Rhodes to breathe. Because the longer this match goes on, it becomes an endurance game, and you need as much energy as possible. So to deflate the lungs of your opponent, in a way, to suck all the air out of your opponent, that is a big strategy. That is how you wear out your opponent in the long run and benefit your game the longer this match continues. But Cody Rhodes breaks free, going after John Cena. Cody Rhodes starting to pick up some momentum on the 16-time world champion. Cody Rhodes, the current champ. John Cena looking for a 17th as he goes for a sidewalk slam and pulls the leg back, but Cody kicks out. John Cena, just a bleak look in his eyes. John Cena so focused, so confident, no positive facial expression that we're used to. It's just, you know what? Here I am. I'm doing something that I've done for over 20 years. This is how we're going to do it. John Cena takes a seat up on the top and takes down the American Nightmare with a double axe handle. John Cena really timing everything so well against Cody. And for John Cena, what happens next if he loses this match against Cody Rhodes? Does John Cena just end his pursuit? And another double axe handle to the American Nightmare. John Cena, low and slow, like a perfect barbecue brisket. John Cena, slow and methodical. Oh, and Cena went for another double axe handle, but Cody Rhodes counters with a boot to the midsection. And it's Rhodes with a right to Cena. And another one. And a thumb to the eye from Cena, playing a little dirty. And Cena now going for the cover. But it's Rhodes who kicks out. And Cena, well, after that eye gouge, Chad Patton can only do so much. I would say it was an eyes view. But it was definitely an eyes view for Cody Rhodes, that's for sure. He definitely felt that. And now Cena has a smirk. That's not a smile of the goodness in the heart of Cena. That's a smile of strength. That's a smile that he's got Cody Rhodes beat. John Cena, the in-ring IQ of Cena is the reason he is regarded as the GOAT by many. Cena, tornado DDT. John Cena pulling out all the stops. But Cody Rhodes kicks out at 2. John Cena with a tornado DDT. You don't always see that from John Cena. John Cena always pulling out some new moves. John Cena seems to be a few steps ahead of the American Nightmare. And that could be what causes Cody Rhodes' time to be up. And Cena starting to pick up the momentum. There's a first shoulder tackle. And Cena picks up the knee pads. And a little bit of a remix. Cody Rhodes taking a little bit longer to get up. Cody Rhodes looking worse for wear. And another shoulder tackle. And Cody Rhodes moving a bit slower. His body is taken quite a bit from John Cena. And the mental games that Cena has played with Rhodes, is Cody Rhodes' mind working a little wonky at this point? And John Cena moving slow, which can play mind games with you. And things are not looking good for the champion. John Cena taking down Cody Rhodes. John Cena is just taking his time. Man, Cena. But Cody Rhodes counters and repaying the favor with a thumb to the eye of Cena and a snap power slam from Cody Rhodes. And now it's Cody Rhodes who's starting to feel it. And Rhodes, disaster kick takes out Cena. And Cody is firing up. And John Cena, who took his time, took a little too much time, giving the American Nightmare some time to regroup. And a mixed reaction from the WWE Universe. And a Cody cutter takes out Cena. And Cody looking to retain as he pulls the leg back for the cover. But Cena kicks at it too. The crowd's indecisiveness and the crowd's mixed feedback is shades of Hogan and The Rock back at WrestleMania 18. When there were cheers and boos and mixed reviews about who they wanted to see win. And now, paying homage to his father, the late, great, legendary Hall of Famer, Dusty Rhodes. But John Cena went for that drop toe, was looking for that STF. Oh, Cena has Cody Rhodes up for an AA and takes out Cody for number 17, but Cody stays alive. So close, but not quite enough. And Cena laughing it off to try and stay focused. Cena realizing he cannot let his frustrations get the best of him. And that is why he's just trying to laugh off and brush off the situation. He cannot afford to let his anger cloud his mind. And John Cena with a little bit of "you can't see me" and a 5-knuckle shuffle to the American Nightmare, looking for one more attitude adjustment. But Cody rolls through, taking down Cena for a cover, but a kick out of 2 after a kick to the face. And Cody with a right. Cena counters. Rhodes lands on the apron. Cody, who catches Cena with a right, heads up to the top. But Cena catches Rhodes, and the family jewels of the American Nightmare aren't feeling too good right about now. And you know what they say? Desperate times call for desperate measures. And that's exactly what Cena's just done. And now it's Cena who slowly works his way up to the top. Cena seated on the top, up on the second rope. And this is what it's all about. It's all about the main event. Looking for a super attitude adjustment for number 17. John Cena's done it. No, but Cody Rhodes stays alive. And now this is where it seems there's a little bit of doubt that's starting to settle in John Cena. This is as big as it gets for John Cena. A super attitude adjustment off the middle rope. I thought it was over. But Cody Rhodes found the willpower to stay with it and keep the future of the WWE in the best condition it possibly can be. Because who knows what WWE is going to look like if John Cena beats Cody Rhodes for the title. And now John Cena climbs up to the top looking for that leaping leg drop that we've seen time and time again. But Cody Rhodes caught Cena with a powerbomb and stacked Cena for the cover. But Cena kicks out at 2. And John Cena dug deep. And Cody Rhodes definitely needed that. And now it's Rhodes who's back up to his feet. And Cody Rhodes heads up to the top looking for a super Cody cutter. And Cody catches Cena. Oh, but Cena kicks out. And the longer this match goes on, Cody Rhodes, who is on the road day in and day out, who has more matches this year than Cena. Cody Rhodes is highly conditioned, but can Cena say the same for himself? Cody Rhodes' endurance will benefit him in the long run, the longer this goes on. And Cody Rhodes looking to cash in. Looking to cash his chips in with a crossroads, but Cena counters with an attitude adjustment. And Cena with another AA. And now looking for the STF. And Cena. Time goes back so slowly, just like John Cena. And John Cena looking to put Cody Rhodes away with this STF. Will Cody Rhodes have no choice but to tap out? Will the reign of Rhodes end here at WrestleMania? And now Cena pulls Rhodes back into the center of the ring. And one more time it is locked in. But Rhodes fighting for dear life. Rhodes is starting to fade. And trying to fight with one more gasp effort. Rhodes on his forearm, crawling, digging down deep with everything, with his last ounce of courage as Cody Rhodes crawls to the bottom rope. And Cena drags Rhodes in one more time, but Rhodes breaks free and sends Cena into the official Chad Patton in the wrong spot at the wrong time. And now it's Cena looking for an AA. Meanwhile, it's Cody Rhodes. And a crossroads. Rhodes to Cena, but the official Chad Patton has been taken out. Cody has the title won, but Chad Patton is out. And John Cena in a lucky situation with Chad Patton down and out. And Cena, Cena's pulling off the top turnbuckle. You don't see Cena do this too often in the past. Cody Rhodes checking on the official. Cody Rhodes fighting back. And it's Rhodes with one shot. Oh, but Cody Rhodes head first. And another one to Rhodes. And that's got to do it. And that is number 17 for John Cena. That's got to be it. John Cena. Oh! Cody Rhodes! I think that's a fourth attitude adjustment. What in the world is it going to take to keep the American Nightmare down for the 3? This is what WrestleMania is all about. It's all about taking home all the marbles. It's about... Oh! And now what? Oh my. He was at WWE World. The man who caused the issue on the Eye of the American Nightmare. Cody Rhodes, who said he had a receipt for Travis Scott. And John Cena is happy about this. Because Cactus Jack is in the house. And Travis Scott is here. And we already know whose side he's on. After what we saw at Elimination Chamber. How does this all play out? As Travis Scott takes his time walking to the ring. Moving slowly, just like John Cena. I don't think John Cena's ever been happier to see someone come down to the ring. Travis Scott, who busted the eardrum of Cody Rhodes and gave Cody Rhodes a black eye, is now here to do it. Seems he's here to do it again. Travis Scott, the creator of the official theme of WrestleMania, Fiend, the song that he's actually coming out to right now. But what does Travis Scott have planned now that he is down? And Travis Scott, helped up by John Cena. And Travis Scott and Cody went after Scott. Cody Rhodes going after Cena. And now with a crossroads on Cena. Oh, come on. And Travis Scott just pulled the official. Oh, no. I don't know how wise that was. And Cody Rhodes infuriated by that. And Chad Patton might have been taken out, so he couldn't make the call on being pulled out of the ring. And Cody Rhodes owes Travis Scott a receipt. Now it's Travis Scott who's going to get involved. Oh, my. Cody Rhodes is going to knock out the teeth of Travis Scott if he can. He went for another shot. I don't know how wise that was. And now looking for a crossroads on Travis Scott. And Travis Scott has been laid out by Cody Rhodes. And Travis Scott, the weightless turnaround Cody. John Cena's got the championship. Shades of Elimination Chamber. Just the lifeless body of Travis Scott was sent to the floor, and Rhodes and Cena fighting over the title. And Cena pleading, begging for mercy. John Cena said, you know, Cody, you're going to have to make a choice at some point. Oh, but Cena with a low blow. And John Cena just kicked Cody where it hurts the most. Not this way. And it's going to end this way for John Cena to win his 17th. And John Cena doesn't have a problem being the bad guy. And John Cena telling the official to get up. That's it. Not this way. 1, 2. John Cena has just won his 17th World Championship. What does this mean for the future of the industry? What does this mean for the future of the WWE Championship? Like it or not, John Cena has defeated the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, on this night at WrestleMania. John Cena, for the 17th time, can call himself the WWE Champion. John Cena did not earn this. John Cena cheated his way to becoming a 17-time champion. A tough loss for the American Nightmare, who held the title for over a year. And John Cena has officially set the record for the most WWE world title reigns in the history. And bounce the title off of Cody's head. And John Cena can now call himself the GOAT. Truly, John Cena is an official GOAT status. And we're going to hear it from John Cena tomorrow when he appears on the Pat McAfee show about what we just witnessed, about him becoming a 17-time world champion. But what does this mean for Cody Rhodes? What is next for the American Nightmare? It took Cody Rhodes so long to get to this point. This was the moment of truth. Cena said, Cody Rhodes, this is where you either become a hero. This is either a hero, or you can be a winner, or you can be a hero. Be a bad guy or be a loser. And Cody Rhodes wouldn't do it. And Cena would low blow Cody Rhodes, take the WWE Championship from Rhodes, and nail Rhodes right across the head of the American Nightmare. And that would be all it, as Cena would get the official Chad Patton back in the ring. Patton would slowly make it back in for the cover. 1, 2. This is disgraceful, what we just witnessed from John Cena. The absolute shock that was sent throughout the entire stadium. You can see number 17 shown as John Cena is the new WWE champion. I don't even know what to say. John Cena's the GOAT. I mean, there's no doubt about it at this point. Cena is a 17-time WWE champion. He may not have done it the way everybody would have liked him to do it, but nonetheless, Cena has in fact done just exactly what he said he would do. But you gotta know, Cody Rhodes and Cena aren't done just yet. Still to come is Monday Night Raw. What's going to happen when we see Cody Rhodes and John Cena the next time? And from myself, it was a pleasure doing commentary once again for WrestleMania. Join me tomorrow night for Monday Night Raw. Have a great night, everybody. All right, that's it. WrestleMania's over. That was it. Have a good night. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go eat. It's been a long weekend, and we still got tomorrow for We still got tomorrow for the Raw after WrestleMania, where anything is possible. So stay tuned for that tomorrow. I have to say, I think night one's main event stole the show, stole the showcase of Immortals. Rhodes and Cena, I think, served its purpose. But in terms of storytelling, CM Punk, Roman Reigns, and Seth Rollins stole the show in ring, and AJ Styles and Logan Paul was as good as I expected to be. Top notch, top tier. We got a surprise from Joe Hendry showing up to be Randy Orton's surprise opponent. And Becky Lynch returned to win the Women's Tag Team Championships with Lyra Valkyria defeating Liv and Raquel. So yeah, there's all kinds. Jey Uso's the new world champion. So there's a lot that's going to happen going forward. And it's crazy to see what the future holds. So with that being said, thank you all for tuning into my WrestleMania streams, both night 1 and night 2. Thank you all for all the love and support. I will see you tomorrow for Monday Night Raw. Have a good night, everybody. Stay hyped.